he's the only one who could pull it off, right? But instead of actually doing something great, we see him acting like a self-proclaimed Hollywood star, calling himself a hero, while no one wants to watch that movie. Imagine this, if Trump were a superhero, his movie would have just one scene, him bragging about himself. And if anyone bothered to watch it, they'd probably leave before the first scene even ended. But while Trump's busy admiring his own victories, someone else shows up to make him face reality.
Abuse all of this while we pick apart Trump's answers from interviews that he doesn't even have the courage to do, y'all.
Michelle Obama starts off soft and graceful, not even mentioning Trump by name, but every word she says sends him into a full-blown meltdown. With her calm demeanor, she talks about integrity and leadership unity, things Trump sorely lacks. Instead of recognizing this, Trump throws a tantrum like a toddler who's lost his favorite toy. For the first time in his life, he couldn't keep playing the political star, and like a kid playing with his phone at 3 a.m., he starts throwing a fit on Twitter. I've got to admit, if Trump were the judge of a work attitude contest, Michelle would probably be booted for not shining enough. But here's the catch. Trump can't shine any brighter than he already does. Now let's see how Trump handles Michelle's unshakable resolve when he feels like everything's falling apart because of one simple sentence from her.
Last night where she said that you're in over your head and the wrong president.
Yeah, no, she was over her head. Frankly, she should have made the speech live, and she didn't do it. She taped it. It was not only taped, it was taped a long time ago. She had the wrong deaths. And frankly, I wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Barack Obama. See, standing in the White House, I wouldn't be in the White House except for Barack Obama. Because they did a bad job. Biden, she didn't even mention the vice presidential candidate.
Trump starts attacking Michelle for choosing to pre-record her speech instead of going live. What he doesn't get is that a speech doesn't have to be live to pack a punch. Yet Trump's the first one to demand everything be perfect in the moment.
I'm joined now by the chair of the TNC, Ken Martin. Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, thanks, Brian. Really appreciate it.
We have about a week to go here where the Republicans are trying to ram through their budget bill. This is a bill that we've spoken about for months now, where they're trying to strip healthcare away, Medicaid away from Americans, strip food assistance away from the tune of $300 billion, explode the deficit at the same time. What's the timeline right now as you're looking at it, and how is that impacting what your message is to folks around the country?
Well, I mean, look, it's urgent right now that everyone who cares about people having health care in this country, people having nutrition programs, food benefits, that we're standing up and fighting back right now. I mean, this bill will be devastating. As you mentioned, 14 million Americans that will be kicked off of health insurance. Of course, many families that rely on food benefits, nutrition benefits, who would have to find their, food elsewhere. The impacts are quite significant. Rural hospitals and clinics that will close throughout this country, depriving people, not just folks on Medicaid, but depriving people in rural communities healthcare access. I mean, this is a significant bill.
So friends, we got some good news on the accountability front, because yet another former Trump lawyer who was involved in the corrupt scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election has been disbarred. Let's talk about why he was disbarred. But frankly, I think the most direct answer to that question is because justice matters. Friends, former Trump lawyer Kenneth Chesebro, who pleaded guilty in court to conspiracy to commit filing of false documents, the fake elector certificates, was just disbarred by the state of lawyer Kenneth Chesebro disbarred in New York over 2020 election interference case. And that article begins. Kenneth Chesebro, a former legal advisor for Donald Trump's 2020 presidential campaign, is now barred from practicing law in New York over his role in a scheme to overturn Trump's election loss 5 years ago. In an order Thursday, the state appeals court in New York said Chesebro's criminal conduct, namely conspiring to commit filing false documents in connection with efforts to negate Trump's 2020 defeat in Georgia to Joe Biden, quote, undercuts the very notion of our constitutional democracy that he, as an attorney, swore an oath to uphold. Chesebro was first admitted to practice law in New York in 2007. His disbarment is effective immediately, the order says. Chesebro played a key role in devising a strategy to create slates of fake pro-Trump electors in Georgia and 6 other states the president lost to Biden to disrupt or delay Congress from certifying Biden's victory on January 6, 2021. In 2023, Chesebro struck a plea deal with Georgia prosecutors and pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit filing false documents after he was indicted on 7 counts. The court, which had initially suspended Chesebro from practicing law in New York last year, said in Thursday's order that Chesebro's cavalier attitude regarding his actions, particularly in the face of his extensive background in the areas of constitutional and election law, largely aggravates his conduct. Chesebro is one of many Trump-allied attorneys who were penalized for their involvement in Trump's election interference efforts. Rudy Giuliani was disbarred in New York and Washington, D.C., and Jenna Ellis was prohibited from practicing law in Colorado for 3 years after she pleaded guilty in connection with Trump's efforts to subvert the election. So friends, in America, we are living in the days of the Trump-induced darkness. And given Donald Trump's near-daily lawlessness and unconstitutionality, as evidenced by court rulings, we are also living in the legal upside down. But, and you've heard me say this before, there are points of light out there. For example, 2 of Trump's former lawyers, Kenneth Chesebro and Jenna Ellis, pleaded guilty in Georgia state court to crimes designed to steal the 2020 presidential election, and nothing can ever erase that, because Trump can't pardon state criminal convictions. And other states have actually held these folk accountable. The state of Colorado suspended Jenna Ellis from the practice of law, and now the state of New York disbarred Kenneth Chesebro. And of course, both the state of New York and the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., disbarred Donald Trump's other dirty former lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. So, yes, friends, accountability is often slow to come. You know, they say that sometimes justice seems to take forever, and then it comes all at once. And yes, it took 5 years for accountability to come for Kenneth Chesebro in the form of disbarment. Here's what I'll say, friends. You know, I know it's dark, and frankly, it's probably going to get darker before the rule of law comes back into the light. But I believe it's going to come back into the light. And I look forward to when similar accountability comes for folks like Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche, Emil Bove, for what they've done to support, to assist, to prop up, to aid and abet a lawless president. And friends, I believe accountability will come. Because I don't think the rule of law should ever give up or ever give in. I don't think we should ever give up or ever give in. Because justice matters. Friends, as always, please stay safe. Please stay tuned. And I look forward to talking with you all again tomorrow.
Briefing time, just over 5 weeks before Germans go to the polls in those snap elections. So high time to talk about those election programs of the various parties, and that's why I have a full quad of political correspondents with me here in the studio to talk about those election programs, which are read by very few voters and very few politicians in the end actually stick to them. That's why we'll talk about the dynamics in this election campaign. And I want to just introduce Julia Saudelli, who's here with me, Matthew Moore, I have Nina Hazer with me, and we're all wearing headphones because this, after all, is also a podcast that we hope everybody will listen into carefully about what the differences and the similarities are. But let me start with Nina. You were just at the SPD party conference, which turned into something of a coronation of the current Chancellor Olaf Scholz here in Germany. And I just want to start off with a soundbite where he explains what these elections are all about for him.
Die ganz normalen Leute, die ganz normalen Leute, die ganz normalen Leute, auf dem Rücken der ganz normalen Leute, die ganz normalen Leute, die ganz normalen Leute, die normalen Leute, die ganz normalen Leute, vor allem die ganz normalen Leute.
Nina, what's normalen Leute? Yeah, that is the one expression in German that people will hopefully have learned from February the 23rd in the eyes of the Social Democrats, that the ganz normalen Leute are the ordinary people. And Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor candidate and of course current Chancellor as well, made it very clear that he's not talking about the simple people, die einfachen Leute. He's talking about normal people who get up in the mornings, go to work, do their jobs, want their children in a good school system. They perhaps have somebody at home who they need to care for, so some parent or grandparents, so they want to have a system in place where they don't need to worry too much about politics, and they're very concerned with getting stuff done every day. And that was the message from the Social Democrats from the party convention. They said, we're doing politics for the millions and not for the millionaires. And of course, that is a very subtle hint that we should also talk about the differences between the Social Democrats and their main rival that they see, Friedrich Merz from the Conservatives, because that is also a message coming out from the SPD. Friedrich Merz is a millionaire who goes around flying in his helicopter and has no idea what the normal people in Germany actually want. Well, and he used that phrase actually 17 times, the normalen Leute. If you ask the normale Leute, ordinary Germans, they just in the latest poll gave us a chart of what the key issues are that they are concerned about. Migration was in top spot. After that, it was in the economy. And that's why I want to jump to you, Matt. You were at the AfD, the Alternative for Germany Party Convention, the far-right party here in Germany, which has no chance of getting into government because nobody else wants to work with them. At the same time, they've really been driving this migration agenda. Let's just take a listen to Alice Weidel, the party leader.
Cancel social benefits for those who are not authorised.
It's on the point F16.
13 to 30.
गेंद पड़ के अंदर की तरफ आई, गेंद को सामने की तरफ खेलने की कोशिश की, लेकिन गेंद जब बल्ले का अंदरूनी किनारा लगने के बाद पीटर मिडॉन के रीजन में पहुंच गई है। बाकी मिडॉन के फील्डर ने इस गेंद को फील्ड करके वहां वापस किया। भागने का कोई मौका
nuclear facilities, the most complex and secretive in military history, but he gave few details about their impact. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has now acknowledged serious damage from the strikes, saying an assessment was underway, but he disputed President Trump's assertion that there would be US-Iranian talks next week, saying no such plan had been set. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is in the Iranian capital, Tehran. She's being allowed to report from there on condition that none of her coverage is used on the BBC's Persian service, which broadcasts to the people of Iran. This law from the authorities applies to all international media agencies operating in Iran. This is the report we sent earlier.
Iran's State TV, the studio where the Supreme Leader's speeches are aired, but not today. Not after Israel attacked it. Forcing the newsreader to flee, the desk devoured by fire. Today, a fiery message of his own from the Ayatollah said they've sheltered in a bunker during the war.
Iran, with its iron national resolve, rejects surrender. For a country like this, the idea of surrender is laughable to anyone who truly knows the Iranian nation.
For now, a fragile ceasefire. Tehran starts to look like itself. Its infamous traffic, its beautiful bazaars, residents slowly returning to a city they left to escape the bombs. But for some, it's still a battle, just to breathe. In this ward, there are civilians, not soldiers. Murtaza shows his scars. He was working in the transport department when the entrance to the notorious Evin prison was bombed.
Israel lies, saying they are only hitting military and nuclear sites. They hit a prison. I was there. I was hurt. And I'm amazed countries like England, France, the US, and the UN don't condemn Israel.
The abandoned American embassy, a monument to Iran's troubled relationship with the West, accused of sponsoring terrorism, of trying to develop a nuclear bomb. Charges Tehran denies. But even inside this former embassy, a cafe, serving iced Americanos. Amir tells me he wants to see a better relationship between America and Iran. So many Iranians do. But in this dark time, there's still not much light. Message in public was defiant. But this blackened studio symbolizes this dark moment in Iran, the most difficult and dangerous decisions confronting the supreme leader, the most fateful choices in his nearly 40 years in power. A new, uncertain chapter in an old, long-standing war. Lise Doucette, BBC News, Tehran.
Lise joined us live from Tehran a short while ago, and she told us it's still unclear just how much damage was done to Iran's nuclear facilities.
Well, as we've been reporting on the news, there's been so many different assessments coming from different capitals. The United States continues to use the exact description, starting with President Trump, who, in the immediate aftermath of those unprecedented strikes on Iran's three main facilities, talked about how the American bombs had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Then you had the intelligence assessment saying it was more limited, that it had only been set back a few months. And then yesterday, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, made his first speech since President Trump announced a ceasefire, accused the United States of exaggerating the extent of the damage. Perhaps the clearest assessment came from the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, who did say there had been serious damage. But the big question everyone is asking is just how far does that damage go? And the question the rest of the world is asking is in what way and how soon can Iran resume the nuclear enrichment?
That was Lise Doucette speaking to us a little bit earlier. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Dan Schultz in who's in Jerusalem. Dan, we heard a defiant tone from Iran's supreme leader around 18 hours ago, but today hearing from the foreign minister that serious damage was caused. How close will we ever get to knowing the truth of how much Iran's nuclear program has been set back?
It's really difficult to see if we'll ever get firm evidence or clear answers on that. Iran is at the moment subject to monitoring and inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, but there have been moves since this conflict in the Iranian parliament for Iran to drop out of IEA monitoring. So in terms of how that's going to be observed in the future, how Israel, the Americans and the rest of the world is going to reassure itself that Iran is rebuilding its nuclear program, that is something that'll have to be negotiated and agreed. And at the moment, the Iranians are saying they won't participate in those talks until they themselves have a full assessment of exactly what the level of damage is. So in the meantime, you've got this war of words and this fight to control the narrative over exactly what has happened here. And it may not, in reality, actually matter what happened on the ground. Israeli leadership is trying to tell its people that this conflict was justified and worthwhile, that the US strikes were necessary and that they have achieved their aim. The Iranians are trying to tell their own people that their nation isn't weakened and that they could rebuild their nuclear program if indeed they choose to, although they maintain that it's not in pursuit of nuclear weapons, it's just for nuclear power. The rhetoric's completely swapped over. If we go back 2 weeks to the start of this conflict, when the Israelis were saying that the Iranians posed an existential threat, the Iranians were saying nothing to worry about, we're of no threat, there's nothing to be concerned about here. You've got the Americans and the Israelis saying that the threat has been neutralized, and the Iranians maintain they could potentially rebuild their nuclear program.
Dan, thank you. That's our correspondent Dan Johnson in Jerusalem for us.
The Trump administration has bombed Iran with strikes President Trump claims have obliterated the country's nuclear enrichment facilities. 10 days after Israel launched its attacks on the country. Iran's foreign minister denied that the US strikes had caused a major blow and accused the US of breaking international law. Tehran is threatening retaliation, including closing a strategically important sea passage. The UN Security Council is holding an emergency meeting now. The Secretary General said dialogue must prevail to stop the Middle East falling into a cycle of retaliation. The US struck 3 key uranium enrichment sites, one of them Fordo. These are the latest satellite images of that area. Difficult to assess the extent of the damage because the site is built deep under mountains. The US also bombed the nuclear sites of Natanz and Isfahan. This is Isfahan before the US strikes. You can see the damage inflicted by Iran. We're dedicating most of our program to looking at how the US carried out the attack to global reaction. Chris Mason will be here to tell us about a phone call that's just happened between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer. Crucially, we look at what may happen next. We also report from Israel after Iran launched another barrage of missiles today. Our BBC Persian colleagues have been hearing from people inside Iran. We report from Turkey's border as people leave. First tonight, let's go to Sarah Smith in Washington. Sarah.
Donald Trump has just posted on social media that the damage to Iran's nuclear strikes is monumental. At the same time, he is trying to stress that he doesn't believe his country is now at war with Iran. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, has said they are at war with Iran's nuclear program and not with the country. And you've got officials emphasizing that they're not trying to topple the ruling regime in Tehran. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's trying to get back to direct negotiations between the US and Iran, and that America will be ready to talk tomorrow. All of this is very clearly aimed at trying to stop this spiraling out of control and becoming a full-scale war between America and Iran. Donald Trump promised to end foreign wars. Went on live television to announce the attacks. They have just made him yet another wartime president.
And I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks
stakes would be far greater and a lot easier.
The White House situation reports top security officials. President Trump making a final decision to attack and to calculate what the consequences might be. Will airstrikes against Iran's nuclear sites result in attacks on US forces that could start a full-scale war? In these pictures from Isfahan, you can see and hear the airstrikes hitting one of the 3 nuclear sites attacked. Iran obviously knew this was a possibility, but may not have been expecting it so soon. President Trump had said he would take up to 2 weeks to decide whether to take military action. At the Pentagon, they want to say this operation is already over. Iran should not respond.
The operation President Trump planned was bold, and it was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen.
This Pentagon map shows warplanes taking off from Missouri in the American heartland and flying a 40-hour round trip to deliver their enormous munitions, 14 bunker-buster bombs. What damage did they do? These satellite photographs show the underground nuclear site at Fordo before and then after the airstrikes. The B-2 bombers totally obliterated the site, claimed Donald Trump. The US military haven't actually made a final assessment, but say the facility has been severely damaged, not destroyed. Iran has said it will respond in self-defense. It hasn't said how.
It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
World leaders have hastily convened crisis meetings in international capitals, aware that a growing conflict would affect them all. The UN Security Council is in emergency session, deeply concerned about military escalation in the Middle East.
The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction.
US Congress was not consulted before the strikes. The president can take limited military actions without it. Only Congress can authorize going to war. Democrats claim Trump was acting unconstitutional.
The U.S. jumping into a war of choice at Donald Trump's urging without any compelling national security interest for the United States to act in this way, particularly without a debate and vote in Congress.
As these B-2 bombers are seen returning to their American base, commanders don't know if they have undertaken a specific committed mission or started a war. Will Iran retaliate with airstrikes to the West today? This is a delicate, dangerous moment in the Middle East and around the world.
Washington, what's your sense there of whether the Trump administration thinks this operation is
Well, as far as they're concerned, yes, they want this to be an end to it because it's not entirely up to them how Iran responds. So that's why there is such concern all the way around the world that this could easily get out of control. Disastrous consequences that would actually go beyond the Middle East. You've got the leaders, for instance, of Britain, France and Germany coming together to urge Iran to do anything to further destabilize the region because, just think about it, Iran could, in retaliation, stick trying to hit one of the many nearby US bases. If any Americans were to be killed, Donald Trump would feel compelled to respond to that. You can see easily how this could then begin to escalate. It's important also to watch what's being said from Russia and from China because those are allies of Iran. So far, both countries have condemned the airstrikes and refused international law, but they also are urging a return to diplomacy, not more fighting, and neither of them given any indication so far that they can do anything to help Iran, which is important when we look at whether this could possibly escalate around the world. Sarah, thank you now for your Smith. Well, more than 100 US warplanes, including stealth bombers, were used to carry out the attacks. Operation Midnight Hammer. And we heard President Trump
submarine with more than 2 dozen missiles. Besides Isfahan, there's been 2 entered Iranian airspace, currently without being spotted, striking 2 target areas. Massive ordnance penetrators, cluster bombs.
Final battle damage takes some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
So, how successful were the US strikes? The key target was a place called Fordo. The B-2 bombers flew a route that took them high above the site where Iran enriches uranium, which could be used in nuclear bombs. It's buried in tunnels and deep under a mountain. Now, this is what Fordo looked like before the attack. And this image, confirmed by BBC Verify, is just hours after the strike. And you can see over here these holes. That looks like where the bombs impacted before burrowing down and then exploding. The white you can see around it is probably concrete dust thrown up by the resulting explosion. Now, here is the Isfahan site before the bombing, and this is what it looks like now. So far, the International Atomic Energy Agency says it's seen no radiation leaking from the sites. And one possibility is that that's because the nuclear material might not have been there. These images were taken just a couple of days before the attack at Fordo, and they show a large number of trucks. It's possible they could have moved some of the uranium, as Iran has claimed. This was Natanz nuclear facility before the attack. And the question is whether after it, Iran retains the nuclear material, equipment, and scientists, some of whom have been killed, to rebuild or even race for a nuclear bomb. If so, then we may see even more strikes.
There is no doubt this attack is a violation of the United Nations Charter and as well as armed aggression to the Iranian national sovereignty and Iranian territorial integrity.
But international law will not stop this conflict escalating. Iran could hit back by firing missiles at US bases in neighbouring Iraq or in Bahrain or Qatar. It could even close the Strait of Hormuz. That's an economically vital route through which shipping and especially oil flows. As American B-2s landed back at base in Missouri, this mission may be over. But the war they are now part of may only have just begun. Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
Well, we can talk now to our economics editor, Faisal Islam, and our political editor, Chris Mason. And Faisal, picking up on what Gordon was saying there, I mean, that threat to potentially close the Straits of Hormuz, I mean, that would have a huge economic impact, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. We're on the pathway to potential serious economic consequences. The interesting thing is, up until this point, over the past couple of weeks, since Israel and Iran started trading missiles, we have had a pretty calm market. Oil price up about 9%, which would have had an impact on price, but definitely not any sort of crisis. The oil markets open in about an hour and all focus on some words coming out of Tehran from the parliament, not from the government, saying that they will close the straits. Now, what does that actually mean? It depends. There are some reasons why you might think Tehran would have some restraint here. If they export their oil to China, for example, we're already seeing the Americans saying to China, you need to talk to the Iranians not to do this. We get 20% of the world's oil, 20% of the world's gas coming from Qatar, increasingly important for Europe since the Russia-Ukraine war. All of this obviously depends on the cycle of diplomatic and military escalation too. But unlike Russia-Ukraine, in this case, it wouldn't be a side product of the conflict. This would be a weapon in Iran's armory to try and internationalize the crisis through the world economy.
All right, Faisal, we'll pick up Chris on some of that in a moment. Before I talk to you, though, let's just hear a little of Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, with some of his responses just a little earlier today.
We've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear program and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat. It is important that we now de-escalate the situation, stabilize the region, and get the parties back around the table to negotiate.
That was part of what he said earlier. And Chris, I mean, really treading quite a difficult line here.
Yeah.
So the Prime Minister has spoken to President Trump tonight, but crucially, Jane, there wasn't that call beforehand, which could have been demanding a yes or no answer from the Prime Minister. In other words, whether the UK was willing to get involved in any way. So, for instance, granting permission to use the airbase at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. And that would have been a real dilemma for the Prime Minister, because on the one hand, he's been talking about de-escalation, suggestion that there were concerns raised privately about the legal basis for being involved. So saying yes would have been difficult, but then saying no would have been difficult when he's been assiduously building a relationship with President Trump. So how do we assess the UK's position tonight? It is willing the ends that America is pursuing, which is removing Iran's nuclear threat, but it is conspicuously not explicitly endorsing the means. In other words, America's attacks. Now, the Conservatives say that this is equivocation, and it is moral cowardice. President Trump was openly dismissive earlier in the weekend of European efforts at diplomacy. Those efforts, though, continue. As I say, the Prime Minister talking to the President by phone tonight. The Foreign Secretary has spoken to Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, during the attack while they were taking place, and again today, as well as speaking to the Iranians, the Israelis, and others. The UK position is one, and diplomacy is the long-term path to a long-term solution that ensures that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. The thing is, America wasn't willing to listen to Europe beforehand. The question now is whether it'll be willing to listen in the future. And in the next couple of days, President Trump, the Prime Minister, and plenty of others is getting together at the NATO summit in the Netherlands to work out what to do next and all sort of things.
Chris, thanks very much. Chris Mason, Faisal Islam, thank you. Well, Iran's president has said that his country won't be bullied and that the US must receive a response to its aggression. So what are the options now for Iran's leaders? The BBC isn't currently allowed to broadcast from inside the country, but the BBC has a Persian service that reports on what's happening there. This report is from Shirvas Adler of the BBC Persian service here in London. In the center of the crowd, Iran's president, surrounded by hundreds of party faithful, venting their fury at the United States. What America did is truly unforgivable, says this woman. Iran is stronger than they perceive. But after last night's US attacks, the regime here is seriously weakened. So what comes next? The Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei could swallow his pride and possibly save his regime and the country from further damage. Or he could fight on and risk everything. Domestic public opinion is now divided and confused.
The response must be firm and decisive. What's at stake here is the very identity of the human race. In my opinion, Iran needs to engage in some reflection and contemplation.
As for the country's Revolutionary Guard, it responded by saying US military bases in the region are vulnerable. But they know retaliation would invite further US attacks. This is a state TV reporter who went to Fordo. I can't see much damage, she says. For now, it's America's war against Iran's. Weakened and humiliated, the Iranian regime will struggle to maintain its credibility and grip on power in the face of widespread discontent. Sila Sharda, BBC News.
Well, some people in Iran have chosen to cross to bordering countries. Our correspondent Orla Gerin reports now from Turkey's border with Iran at the Kapikoy border crossing, where she's been speaking to people as they arrive.
Turkey's border with Iran, flanked by mountains, and now a gateway to and from a country under attack. At the Kapikoy crossing this morning, we found movement in both directions. Some fleeing the bombing by Israel and America, others rushing back home to be with loved ones. Amir, a retired British Iranian, had just fled Tehran.
And what was your feeling when you got across the border here?
That's really me, yeah.
How dangerous was the situation in Tehran?
It's bad. The sky belongs to the Israelis. So they can't do what they like. They just come in, they just bomb and go. And nothing there to stop them. Because they've got the sky, and that's it.
very scary for you.
Very, very scary for everyone.
Amir says he got out with no help from the British Embassy.
But all of a sudden, embassy closed, stop at all, phone is cut off, and nobody answered. So I had to get my way out of the country. That's the way I'm here now.
You had to come on your own.
I have to, yeah.
I don't like being
This is what
on
he
my
left
own.
behind.
I could use
A
someone
country
to
under
hold.
fire,
I've been trying
a
to fill the
regime
void.
that is holding
And my
on,
bed is getting
and a
cold.
war
Cause
that
I
may now
don't have you,
escalate.
don't have us, at least not
But
anymore.
some, like 13-year-old Dariush, are hoping that a new Iran
You
may
said you
emerge
had to
from
go
the ashes.
away.
He crossed the border today with his younger brother and his mother.
With your pictures on my
He
wall.
told me he'll go
I don't
home
have you,
if
I don't
change
have
comes.
us, at least not
Oh,
anymore.
know about them?
God willing, Iran will be
Now
free.
I'm just waiting for
Soon all
love.
of us will live in
Waiting for
freedom, he
love.
says.
Try
As
to
the Islamic
forget about you
Republic will
makes
be
me
gone.
restless. Waiting for love.
But among those going back into Iran today, there was more caution. We found no one willing to speak on camera. One man told us, "We're too afraid."
I guess we
Last
forgot
half an hour or
about the
so,
way
we've seen a few
we
more
could sit and
people
talk all
coming out
night.
from Iran,
Just let the
bringing
good
their
times pass.
suitcases.
Got
All
caught
the
up
witness
in a
today was
fight.
not a flop.
I say I don't
By and
mind,
large,
that's
it
a
was
lie.
people
Thought we
leaving
worked
who
out.
had means to do so, who had a place to go to.
I've
One
tried
man
to
told us he
let
had friends and
you
relatives who
go.
wanted to leave, but
Memories
didn't
they
have passports and couldn't get out. Now, on the critical question of what happens to the regime, we heard very differing opinions. One government employee who was going back in said he believed the regime would fall in the end, not now, but he feared that at that point it would be taken over by the military. A younger man said to us, look, the leadership has hung on for decades, they could probably hang on now. And even among those who were hoping for change, wishing for change, believing it would come, there were also fears being expressed about how many people might be killed. And tonight, just across the border behind me inside Iran, no one has any idea what is coming next. And that holds true across the region.
Paula, thank you. Paula Gearin. As we've heard, Iran says it's keeping all options open in terms of retaliation, but its immediate response today was to launch more missile strikes on Israel, which began direct hostilities when it attacked Iran 10 days ago. Iranian missiles struck Haifa and Tel Aviv, injuring more than 80 people. Tonight, President Netanyahu has said Israel will keep going until it achieves its goals. Lucy Williamson reports from Tel Aviv.
Iran once saw its ballistic missiles as a deterrent against Israeli attacks. But even the intense barrage that shook Israel this morning isn't shaking Israeli support for war.
Be holding on to you.
A nearby care home slowly evacuated, room by room. 10 days into this war, Israel's Prime Minister is determined to continue. Buildings may be turned to rubble, but there's no crack in public support.
We got out of bed, and we went to the safe room where the children is home. When we came back, we saw our apartment. Not our apartment. We're okay. Everybody's okay. They want us destroyed. And we're not gonna let it happen.
This conflict has exposed Iran's weaknesses and has become more dangerous with America's intervention at night. For 10 days, Iran has been bombarding Israeli cities. Israel hasn't blinked. Tehran has already lost protection of its forces in the region, and its ballistic missiles are not the deterrent it had hoped. It now faces the critical decision of whether negotiations offer a better chance of protection than a nuclear weapon. Israel's Prime Minister said today that America's intervention was a turning point.
President Trump acted to deny in this regime was no dangerous weapon. His leadership today has created a pivot in history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
But not all American intelligence agencies shared Israel's assessment that Iran had suddenly begun racing to building nuclear weapons.
continues. We'll get the thoughts of Lisa Set in just a moment, our chief international correspondent, but just to tell you what President Trump has been saying on Truth Social, his social media platform, just in the last few moments in relation to regime change. And that's why we're bringing this to you. It's not politically correct to use the term regime change, says the president. If the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Let's look ahead to what's happening next week. These clips, I'm interested in your thoughts on that as well, just in the last few moments.
Yes, in the midst of this escalating military pressure, the R word, regime change, keeps coming up. At the briefing of the Pentagon early this morning, it was the first question asked by journalists who said, is this about regime change? Like, where is this going to go? And the Defense Secretary was asked one-line answer, this is not about regime change. And never mind that Prime Minister Netanyahu, the first day that he began Israel's military operations 10 days ago, he made it clear that it was not fit to be about regime change. But I think, putting aside Truth Social, the real question on everyone's mind tonight, Jane, is what is Iran going to do next? And it does seem clear that at some point, in some way, Iran will want to retaliate. But can it do it without ratcheting up the pressure? Because there is this danger in these febrile times of a dangerous miscalculation. Because the other thing that President Trump said today, he seemed to suggest these strikes were what we call them a one and done. In other words, in his words, we've obliterated Iran's nuclear program, so this is over. But that's not likely to be the reality, and certainly not the view of Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, his new partner in these strikes, who's likely to want to draw the US in even more so that he can cement his success in having the United States play a key role. But this week, Jane, finally, is going to be a week where many are going to be at President Trump's ear. Most of all, at the NATO summit at The Hague, as Chris Mason mentioned, European leaders are going to say you've got to de-escalate, take the path to diplomacy. Arab and European allies are going to be also on the phone to Iran. Iran says it won't talk while the bombs are falling. While the bombs are falling, tension will only keep rising.
Please, thanks so much. Please do so. President Trump says he will make a decision on whether to join Israel's strikes on Iran within the next 2 weeks. The White House press secretary said Donald Trump thought there was a substantial chance of negotiations with Tehran over ending the conflict. It came at the end of another day of missile exchanges between Israel and Iran. Almost 300 people were injured in Israel today, including more than 70 when a hospital was hit. Iran has warned the United States not to get involved in the conflict, saying it would result in hell for the whole region. Our North America editor, Sarah Smith, is in Washington. Sarah.
After all the fevered speculation that Donald Trump could make a decision to strike Iran at any moment, he has lowered the temperature considerably today by saying that he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks. There are no talks currently scheduled with Iran, not that we know of, but he clearly wants one last chance to try to do a deal in which Iran would agree to stop all uranium enrichment in return for not being attacked by some of America's largest and most destructive weapons. Donald Trump's instinct is pretty much always to try and force other countries to bully them into doing what he wants without having to resort to military action. Deep inside the White House, in a subterranean situation room, there are daily meetings discussing a possible US strike on Iran. Around the world, from Israel and Iran to the UK and the US, there is an intense focus on what decision President Trump will make.
I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you.
Mr. Trump says he will not make a final decision until the very last second.
I may do it, I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
There are media reports that Mr. Trump has already approved a plan of attack, but not yet decided to implement it. He's pushed back on that, saying on social media, "The Wall Street Journal has no idea what my thoughts are concerning Iran." about retribution for this latest Iranian attack on a hospital in Europe.
The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people
Jacob was the only man who appealed for. We got a bombshell.
Well, we're at the time fireball lit up the skies in the US Southeast.
Do you know you can now get deported for having this picture on your phone?
This Cuomo is an
Tell me about. Yes, it's time for a Or if we actually said it from my perspective, stuff about you know damn well you didn't know it before. Address something that I think we've seen in the news. You know, every 6 months goes by and then you see a headline, astrophysicists have to rethink the Big Bang. Big Bang debunked or did you see any of these at any time? Oh my God, well, recently the James Webb Space Telescope, supposedly the headline is that James Webb Telescope made scientists think the Big Bang, or it had James Webb Telescope debunked the Big Bang. Makes excellent clickbait. So let me just explain a few things that's going on here, okay? On the frontier of scientific research, it is a bloody place. Right? Ideas are slain. 2 scientists enter. 1 scientist lives. Here, ideas are contested daily, right? And most ideas turn out to be wrong, right? So what you are as a scientist working on the frontier, you're in this idea factory. That's what you are. And the successful idea is not the one that's argued strenuously, argued by super people. Yeah, that's called politics. It's called politics. Exactly. It's not, it has nothing to do with it. It has to do with evidence. Which idea is supported by evidence. So typically what happens, you can test your ideas. And here's where you have to be convincing. You have to say, I think my idea is better than your idea. And here's a way to test it. So I have an idea. So if you don't like it, the way you show it is design an experiment to show it wrong. And that's some cutthroat, nasty stuff. That's right. It's right. It's stuff. That's what I've scientists can test their ideas. So you don't like me, and you're going to show me that I'm wrong. So you go home and you invent an experiment. You invent an experiment to test my idea with the objective of showing that I'm wrong. And it turns out, hey, wait a
supported by observations of this universe. Thoroughly supported. Okay? Now, there's some things that, well, did this really cause that? It might have been something that we don't know about yet. And who ordered up the dark matter? We don't know where that came from. And there's this expansion that we don't know where that came from, but we can describe it. We can measure it. Here's the point. If tomorrow you have a new idea about how the universe works, it's gonna enclose everything we've been talking about up to that moment that has been experimentally and observationally verified. You can enclose it in something deeper. Okay, you can say, oh, I have an idea. Our universe is just one in a multiverse. Fine. Okay? But our universe would have started with a Big Bang. Okay? And our universe would have expanded from a dense and hot state and has been cooling ever since. That's observed and that's real. And that's not going away. That's my point. So what you have are journalists trying to make clickbait. And there's some little thing in the early universe that is still on the frontier, still being contested in the octagon, in the fight dome, and some new idea is emerging over another idea. We say, oh, Big Bang is in trouble, so let's go back to the drawing. But Big Bang is not in trouble. I'm just saying, it's not in trouble. So a whole thing that could conceivably fit in a deeper, bigger idea. But it's not going to be swapped out tomorrow. We're not going to find out tomorrow, gee, the early universe was cold instead of hot. That's not going to happen. That's not how science works.
So if you're going to come up with something new, you're not coming up with something that will change the old. All you have to,
the old that has been experimentally verified. Right. If you're going to come up with something new about the Earth and the Sun, it's not going to be, well, it's really Earth is stationary and the Sun moves around the Earth and the Sun is cold and Earth is hot. The Earth is what's illuminating the moon. That's not going to happen. Okay? You can't just pull an idea out of your orifice and ignore the experimental verification of what's going on. Right?
So you might come up with the Big Bang, but you're not changing the Big Bang.
Just to get a C+ on that one. He's much of the Big Bang. The Big Bang. Okay, that's a B+. The best. Sure thing. That's before the Big Bang. So, and by the way, when we think of Einsteinian physics, so it's relativity, which completely usurped Newtonian gravity and Newtonian motion. All right, what we call the era of classical physics, went right up to the late 1800s. Those ideas reigned supreme. But he told you what gravity did, what motion did, and acceleration in a pre-existing space. It was working. Okay, it was working. And then people said, well, wait a minute. The orbit of Mercury is not really following Newton's laws. And we said, oh, we got this. We got this. There's another planet you can't see that's tugging on it. We even had a name for that planet. It was called Vulcan. Okay? A hypothetical planet tugging on Mercury so that we didn't have to throw out Newton's laws. Right? So that was invoked we just pulled that out of our ass. Right? Said, there it is, we'll find it one day. Einstein comes along with a special theory of relativity, and then his general theory of relativity. And what we find is that at high gravity, like near the sun, and at high gravity and high speeds, Newton's laws completely fail. You cannot use them at all. So did we throw away Newton? No, we didn't. You know why? Because if you take Einstein's equations and plug in low speeds and low gravity, they become Newton's equations. Yes. So Einstein basically implodes Newton's ideas as a special low speed, low gravity case of a much larger, deeper understanding of the universe.
That is fantastic.
It is beautiful. So, and by the way, Newton gravity and Newton's motion were just fine for the Apollo project. We got to the moon and back without any Einstein relativity at all. Okay, so it's only if you really up the stakes and your gravity. There's no other way to understand black holes, really, or even the Big Bang itself. Just Newtonian physics. The point is, new physics does not undo experimentally verified physics. That's the whole point of experimental verification. That's all. And so the Big Bang is just fine. You want to do something else with it? Take it body and soul, stick it in some other theory you have. But you can't undo what the experiments and observations have shown. And that is an explainer for you.
There you go. Wow, that is good. Take that, Big Bang deniers. Take that.
All right, Chuck, we got to take a break, but when we come back, more things you thought you knew on Star Talk. There's a feature of the James Webb Space Telescope that I haven't seen talked about much. People only just think of it as some next big telescope that's out there in space, bringing us badass images, but there's certain engineering, scientific features that are unique with it that I think are worth, Okay, sounds good. Good. You can hang with me on this, all right? Allow me to remind us that unlike Hubble, which orbited Earth 360 miles up, this thing is parked 1 million miles away in the opposite direction of the sun from the Earth. It's pretty wild. Okay, yeah. And so, I say parked, we're all and the Earth are orbiting the sun together, and so basically, if you look back in the Earth direction, the sun will always be here.
So it's using the Earth as sunblock.
It has some motion where it is, okay, but it's not going to drift away from that location, even though there's some movement within the location. The point is, occasionally Earth will block the sun, but the value of this is you always know which way the sun is at all times. Okay? It's behind you. Okay?
Right? I'll look out. That's the only way to take good pictures.
You know what they say? Like,
Good one, yes. That's the prize.
That's it. That's right. So that everyone is squinting. I said, look at it. That's right. So, if you're going to take a picture of something that's dim, you either have to illuminate it yourself, which we really can't do for the early universe, that doesn't work, or you can take a long exposure to allow the light to accumulate. But while you're taking a long exposure, you can't jiggle the camera. It has to be perfectly stationary. So Chuck, just to repeat, you can't take a flash picture of the outer universe. So we have to open the exposure for a long time. Okay, so now watch. Different bands of the electromagnetic spectrum tell us different things about the universe. Right, so if you're going to do that, you need telescopes that specialize in the chosen band. And by the way, we didn't even know light came in bands other than visible light. And somebody had to discover that. I mean, just think about it. Why would you have any inkling? Why would you believe at all that there was a kind of light out there that your eyes could not detect? Especially if you're religious, right? If you're religious, God made humans and we have eyeballs to see light. And how could there possibly be something we can't see, right? So there's certain expectations in what we are as a life form that were completely overrun the day infrared light was discovered. Okay? And did I tell you how they discovered it? William Herschel. Okay. And tell the story. Okay, no, just real quick. I think it's something else. I'm like, okay, so William Herschel. How do you do it? Isaac Newton figured out that white light is color. Just passes the prism and it breaks it apart. So he repeated this experiment with a little slit of light in your room. The whole room has to be dark so that only the spectrum shows up. And you pass it through a triangle prism. You get a rainbow on your table. And there it is. Red, orange, yellow leaves. And he
have the foresight to ask the question.
We cast into many empty favors. Now we go on and on with this poor love song. We've been working on far too long, baby.
Maybe retrospectively obvious, but at the time. Okay, so what does he do? He has a thermometer and puts it in each of the different colors of light. But maybe he needed a control just to the side of the red.
Something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song.
That would presumably just measure room temperature. Right? But it was still on the table where he was measuring the rest of the temperature. Your control has to have a minimum of variation other than the one thing you want to change. Okay? So the thermometer is on the table, but just off to the side. And so there he is, he's measuring the temperature of blue, yellow, and what he's finding is that the thermometer off to the side is consistently measuring a higher temperature than all the rest of the thermometers. All the rest of the readings that he was taking. He said, WTF? I'm sure that's what he said. Okay.
Do you still remember when our hearts turned up spontaneously?
So he publishes this paper. And it's beautiful. And now he's tiptoeing around his discovery. Because he doesn't know. He said, but if what they're being right, that is
something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song.
And he does this enough. I think I've discovered light unfit for vision. You're damn right you did. And it's light below the red. And what they call it is red. Okay.
And it's so funny, you still see the campus. It's unfit vision, not engaged.
But I'm breaking my habit 'cause you turn it on to my heart's desire.
Interesting sort of discovery experiment. And then we would learn, well, if that exists, maybe other bands would exist. And so thus, thereafter, we discovered
some kind of magical woman.
microwave, radio waves, X-rays, each have their own in the sun.
To show you right now, take a look at me now. I can't explain for the life of me what you did
now I'm going to say,
when I met you last summer. You set me free, you believe me. Now you're here with me, and we're walking on cloud nine.
So, for example, if you have electric stove, put on low, turn on the lights when you see it.
To live without your love, it's like I've been waiting around for you. Why did it take so long to come to me? Maybe you were waiting around for me too. So I feel you're some kind of wonderful, some kind of magical woman. My love's for real. I need to show you right now. Take a look at me. I can't explain for the life of me what you did to me when I met you last summer. You set me free, you believed in me. Now you're here
reflections,
walking
at
on
each layer,
cloud
the
nine.
amount of heat from the sun is dramatically dropped. Okay? Dramatically. By the time it comes out the other side, it's barely there at all. And so the temperature of the telescope can now drop to what is basically the temperature of deep space without any influence of sunlight increasing its body temperature, if you will. That's wild. It's totally wild. So now, the James Webb Space Telescope can observe deep in the infrared part of the spectrum because it can. And so there you have it. And a little primer on infrared and infrared telescopes and how that works.
There you go, people. I hope you were paying attention because you're going to be at a cocktail party where this is going to come in very, very handy. Plan on using it this weekend. I'm telling you right now.
What's that slit for on the outer edge of the telescope?
I especially didn't realize that there were baffles that I filtered the sunlight in such a way that cools the telescope so that we're able to register the infrared without registering the heat from the telescope itself. Yes, this is the kind of stuff you learn when you're an extremely smart individual. By the way, off with you. Okay.
So you have any friends left at your party? Chuck, we got to take a quick break, but when we come back, things you thought you knew on Star Talk. So you might have heard intermittently every now and then that Earth's poles will flip. Have you ever heard? You've heard that. I've heard people say it. Say it. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Right. And clarifying that it's not what is true, it's what people say or think is true. These are not always the same thing. So it was especially bandied about when we were approaching not only the year 2000, but also the year 2012. But every 10 years, people band together and want to declare that the world is about to end based on some cosmic foresight. I'm intrigued. I think that people need followers. If you're the one saying the world's going to end and no one else is, people will think you have special knowledge. And then you become sort of this guru of prognostication. So let me just make it clear that Earth's rotation axis with Santa Claus at the top is not flipping. That is a completely stable configuration. We bob up and down a little bit, okay? And so on our spinning axis, we not only precess, which is a fancy word for wobble. Okay, we wobble. If you ever played with the top, as the top slows down, you see it wobble. But also we bob up and down. Okay? They all happen on very different times, but none of them involve flipping north and south. However, what does flip are the magnetic poles. The magnetic poles. Now, let me just nip something in the bud here, okay, just so you know. You're old enough to probably use a compass when you were a kid, right? Okay, which way does the compass point? Okay, so that's correct. And if it points to the north magnetic pole, right, which, by the way, does not exactly align with Santa Claus. By the way, there are things in the universe where it's almost at 90 degrees to each other. So there's nothing especially requirement that they perfectly align with an object. All right. So in our case, they don't align. The North Pole is sitting somewhere in northern Canada. Right. So if you're trying to find Santa Claus with a compass and you're in northern Canada, you're going to land in the wrong spot. Right. Just to be clear about that. Why don't we can't find them? What? Mr. President, you didn't get your presents. This is just so good. Let me get your phony. So it'll find the north magnetic pole. Right. So that thing that's pointing there is the north pole of the compass needle. The compass needle is itself a magnet. The north and the south pole. Now here's a little known thing. What can you tell me about the north and south poles of a magnet? Take two magnets together. They repel each other. What's repel? says north on it points to the North Pole. Shouldn't it be pointing in the opposite direction? It should be repelled and pointing down. Okay, except it's not, it's attracted, which tells you that Earth's south magnetic pole is in the north. The north part of all the magnets point in that direction. Okay? It's great. That's good. I don't do that. No, I don't know, like, here's the thing, Robert. What you did was you took the empirical and put it first. Yeah. Then you said the ridiculous thing happened. Now, what am I going to do? I'm like, well, you're already proof. So what am I going to do? Like, there's the three proof. I can't say like, yeah, right, whatever. No, because you're already with me on it. You exactly. I was like, yes, absolutely right. So demonstrate this. They don't tell you that in the Boy Scouts. No, they don't. That the Earth's south magnetic pole is in the north, which is why all north poles of magnets point there. Sorry, little Tommy, but you're screwed. No, this concept of reality is off at 180 degrees. All right, so here's what happens. We have a magnetic field because our core is fluid. All right, all the heavy stuff when Earth was molten, heavy stuff fell to the middle, and the heavy stuff is the iron, and the light stuff, which is the rocks, floated to the top. Okay, and we don't think of rocks as light, but it's much lighter than metal. All right, and so all the metals. Nearly all the metals went to the core. Some got frozen in place. So you have these pores, these veins and pores. As Earth is solidifying, it didn't fall down fast enough, and it got frozen in place. There are other occasions where volcanoes can redistribute material from below and put it up in the crust. Basically, most of Earth's iron is in our core. And it's hot. So the iron is molten. You have molten and you're spinning. You have moving magnetic rechargeable metals. Iron is magnetizable. When you have moving metal, you create what's called a dynamo. And in a dynamo, you basically create a magnetic field from scratch. That's why old dead planets that are cool do not have magnetic fields. Like Mars, no magnetic field to speak of. Okay, because it's cooled faster than Earth did. It's smaller, so if you're smaller, you will cool faster. And so, no, there's nothing. You don't have this churning. By the way, Mars once did for sure. Mars had the largest known volcano in the solar system. Okay, so Mars used to be hot from the inside. When there's whole movement as well. Like makes our volcanoes look like golden. So, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winters. And it goes stronger, then it goes weaker, and it flips. And so every half million years or so, the magnetic field of Earth has flipped. Okay. Yeah, it's fascinating. And while it's flipping, it actually goes to zero and then recovers coming out the other side. Okay, so then that makes me ask, what does the magnetic field of Earth do for Earth and for us? Other than give compasses other than give listeners, Boy Scouts who don't understand that the compass should be pointing in the opposite direction. Well, Einstein was quite intrigued by a compass, that some mysterious force that you can't see, touch, smell, or taste is forcing the needle to move. He was very intrigued by that as a child. So I think we'd be thankful that we had compasses back. If it was just GPS with a handheld device finding north, I think maybe Einstein would not, he might have gone on to play basketball or something. Who knows what career he might have had. So that's the opposite of a Gary Larson comic. That's where I got that idea from. There's a picture of Einstein on a basketball court. He's like dribbling, right? And it said Albert Einstein in school was destined to be all-star basketball player until an ankle injury It's physics books. So the point is that the magnetic field is flipped. What the magnetic field does when it's operating is it creates a magnetic shield around Earth, if you will. And when charged particles come from the sun, the solar wind, they see this magnetic field and they spiral down towards the poles, or towards the magnetic poles. And as they spiral down, they careen into air molecules. And if you have two molecules that collide with each other, energy gets exchanged. Okay, so your energy of motion gets boosted into the energy inside the molecule itself. And inside the molecule, then on its own timetable, like fractions of a second, it de-excites and then creates visible light. Oh, I know what that is. That's the aurora. Aurora borealis, that's in the north. And take a gander what it's called in the south.
I see. The southern aurora borealis. Australis, right? Okay, it's symmetric, right? Now we're going to south.
So we make a big deal of our own aurora because 90% of the human population of the world lives north of the equator. So we get aurora. So there it is. And we know that the field is flipped. You know why? Because you can see volcanic plains where iron came out, and the iron aligned with the magnetic field when it froze in place. And you compare this from different generations of volcanic eruptions, and you can see the flipping of the orientation of the iron particles.
That is, it's remarkable. That is really outstanding. That's pretty wild because, it's a magnet. So it's metal in a magnet, and it's actually
it's doing its thing.
It's covering the properties of magnetism.
Correct. And if Earth is helping that out, you can align them with different pieces out of the volcanic flow. So it all comes together. And by the way, this involved like astrophysicists and geologists, and there's a worry if we don't have a magnetic field. That means the charged particles come straight into us and don't get directed to the poles. Would that be bad for life on Earth? So it might be, you might think it would be, but there are no particularly striking extinction episodes at the times when it goes to zero. By the way, animals are going extinct all the time, especially now that humans have their hands in this process. So it is the sixth extinction. As your compass points south. Alright, this has been Start Talk.
Feel good, gonna make you mine, baby. You are the only one I've ever wanted. 너의 단 해봐. You
nice and darling stuff. Well, Christy. Thank you. You really know a way to a man's heart. I am susceptible to flattery. Sometimes people refer to photons as not experiencing time from that photon's vantage point the moment it's emitted from a source and the moment it hits something are simultaneous. Does that mean that the object a photon impacts is deterministic? Let's say, for example, I see a photon from a star 1 million light years away. From my perspective, I just happened to be there when I looked up and the light hit my eye. But from the photon's perspective, it hits the lens of my eye at the exact moment it was emitted. Does that mean that I had to be in that spot at that time because I was predestined to be hit by that? My boy's getting deep. Yeah, he's just way off. Philosophical. Also, he says at the end of that, are you a fan of sativa marijuana or without joking? So if we think of photons hitting their destination as a collision, perfectly happy to think of it that way. So if you didn't happen to stand up and stand and look up when the photon hit your eye and you like stepped to the side, the photon would then hit the leaf or the grass or the mountainside or the beach. It'll just be instantaneous with that. So what you're thinking to yourself is that the photon, when it's emitted, sees your eye and then just goes straight into your eye in that instant. But no, 30,000, however many thousands of years do pass, and things can happen before the photon hits its destination. So I guess what you're wondering is, does the photon have an awareness, an advanced awareness of where it's going to hit since no time elapses? That's kind of what you think, what he's saying there. I think, yeah, I think so. I mean, that's one verse for predestination. I mean, the other predetermined outcome would be that it was set before the photon left its origin. Yeah, but I'm just saying, so three of us are here looking up and drawing some kind of rotating wheel, right? And so, we're going to get the photon and who's not. And the photon already knows that the moment it was emitted, his eyeballs come out. That's a way, I have to think about that. Yes, because as far as the photon is concerned, that's the way it has to be. Because it actually comes into existence at the time of that it gets absorbed. Its destination. Correct. And if so it has to be that way for the photon. If that's the case, so I have to think about that some more. Yeah. All right. That's because it's truly philosophical in nature. But what it made me think about is what you made me think about in reference to this question are all the photons that lose out on being seen because they land on some stupid beach. Okay. Well, I lament. I wrote about this long ago because I felt it. I was on top getting data for my PhD. And I thought to myself, the photons that come to my telescope, they go into my detector, they go into my data, are serving to have the universe understand itself. Right? Because we humans are products of this universe. And what if that photon missed my telescope and just slammed into the side of the mountain? What a wasted trip. Yes! That's sad. I just traveled 40,000 years to be a part of Driftwood? Driftwood! Sunbathing, man. Yeah, exactly. It's like I spent all this time. I passed Neptune I passed Uranus only to hit your ass. Uranus. Passed Uranus to hit your ass. So I think about the ones that miss Earth entirely, just keep moving through space. Most of space is empty. Universe is filled with photons crisscrossing through the night and the day. And so, I have to think more deeply about the life of the photon. Alright, now that you said crisscross, now I gotta just pick up on that. So, two light sources, two photons in the emptiness of space. Crisscross, but they can't hit each other. No, they can punch each other. They're just waves at that level. So here's the thing. I got into a Twitter fight, wild Twitter fight with Brian Cox, kind of punching from the UK. Now Brian Cox is the actor, but Brian Cox is the physicist. He's done a lot of media, he's got BBC, TV. In fact, he's on tour. He occasionally tours through the United States. He's got a whole universe show. Okay, this latest one is called Event Horizon, I think. But so I got into a Twitter fight because I said that lightsabers in Star Wars, they can cut things and do damage if they're kind of power, but they can't bounce off each other because light waves pass through. There's like two lasers that pass through each other. It's not like Ghostbusters, right? Don't cross streams. Don't cross the street. Okay? No. Never what happens, and that's what happens in Ghostbusters, but it's not a problem with light. So here's my point. So I say this, and then Brian Cox goes, well, actually, they're made of gamma rays. And gamma rays, two gamma rays, have a probability of being not passing each other. If high enough energy to pass. And then you could simulate what could be a sort of bouncing effect between two swords, laser swords. And so I conceded on international Twitter that I got out-geeked in that tweet. But wouldn't you both be fried? Wouldn't the two sword fighters be fried? Gamma rays. These were my concerns about the absence of physics. So I said,
I wanna know where
Nothing wrong with that, Fred. Did you know there was a DC superhero briefly introduced? I think it was DC, not Marvel. Who's named Fred, and that's his sort of regular name, but his superhero name was Dark Matter. And so
You're just making that up.
I'm telling you. In my astronomy bizarre public, I talk about Fred the Dark Matter. I didn't discover that myself. Someone heard me calling Dark Matter Fred. Did you know? And then they showed me a picture. They said it's Fred with all the properties. You know, it's like what are your parameters, origin story, what your power is, and what's your civilian name. Dark Matter.
His civilian name is Fred. Wow. First of all, that has to be DC.
I'm calling DC because he's got his civilian name, right?
Yeah, because Marvel would never make any superhero named Fred. No offense to you, Fred.
That's cold.
Nobody knows. It's like
His superhero name is Dark Matter. That's my point.
Oh yeah, well still, even still. I mean, like, think of it. Let's think of it now for a second.
Help
All
me, Fred.
But no, think of this. Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, Peter Parker, Fred Farner, Fred what? Fred! No, Fred. Sorry, James.
Send your complaints.
Okay, here we go. This is Justin Hansen, Steve, Dr. Tyson. My son Tucker, who just turned 11, recently asked me whether reducing the temperature of a radioactive element to absolute zero would give the appearance of the half-life being reduced due to relativistic effects. You are lying. No electrical answers. What? Now you think you're fooling. Just say you want to know this, Justin. Say you got it too. Hey, Dr. Tyson. That's all I'm doing. I got a question I was thinking about for a long time. You know, it has to do with absolute zero and active element. Yeah, you got me kidding. Anyway, 11-year-old Tucker wants to know.
Okay. 11-year-old Tucker is the next superhero nemesis. Superhero, right? What is he building in his basement? Right? We must find that out immediately. Send authorities.
And it ain't good. Tell you this right now. The Tucker wants to know if a radioactive element at absolute zero would give the appearance of the half-life being reduced due to the relativistic effects. You know,
Okay.
I say move out now. Stickers,
Okay. All you can. So that's an excellent question. So as you know, everything slows down as you drop the temperature of things. But when I say everything chemical slows down. Chemical things slow down. So the rate at which chemical reactions are cold, it goes to about half the rate for every 10 degrees Celsius. So that's why, for example, it's important that your refrigerator is as cold as you can get it, but not freezing. So that whatever bacteria are growing in your food that would ultimately turn it green and smell nasty, you want to delay that, right? It's not that food is good until it's nasty. The food is systematically getting nasty until it hits some nose threshold, or color threshold that you have held for it.
Unless it's avocado, in which case 5 minutes is all it will last no matter what.
Hey, until it turns brown on the top.
Yeah, right. You take it out 5 minutes later, it's a rotten mess.
All right, put some lemon juice on it. Lime juice is good.
All right, I'm gonna try that. I said, try it.
You didn't know this?
No, dude. Dude, is that for real?
Have you never met a Mexican in your life? You gotta get out.
You know what? Now you're embarrassing me because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't know any Mexican.
You don't tell the hell out of me. My friends and my friends. I got friends and my friends. They're all from me. Or Dominican. If they look like me, they're Dominican. All right. So for every technically question, oil faster and it's not you put it in, it delays it, but it will all still go bad. All right, according to this calculation, for every 10 degrees Celsius is doubles the rate at which something happens. The cooler it'll have. Keep doing this down all the way to absolute zero. You can basically keep food forever. Forever in terms of bacteria that will be growing on it. You have other issues related to the molecular integrity of the food itself. So it can start losing its texture, but that's not because bacteria are eating it, because the molecules themselves are unstable. Here's the point. The moment you go nuclear, then all the things that apply to atoms and molecules no longer apply. Whole other sets of forces dominate nuclear regime. And so, if you cool things, the nucleus doesn't give a rat's ass. It will still decay at exactly the rate that you had measured for it at any other temperature. If you want to slow down the rate, what you do is you speed up the molecule. Okay. You speed up the decaying particle. Yeah, right. You speed it up. Put it in a particle accelerator. Set it 9/10 the speed of light, 99/100th the speed of light, and it will slow down the decay rate by the exact amount predicted by Einstein's special theory of relativity.
Because anything moving at the speed of light, time itself slows down.
Well, at the speed of light stops, so you get closer to it.
That's what I'm saying. The closer you get to the speed of light, the more time.
As soon as they watch that, the timepiece that the particle is wearing on its wrist, it's everything about
It's everything.
Everything. I think its very nature is probabilistic thing that it will decay.
And that's why you say it's time itself that's slowing down, not any measurement. It's not the measurement itself. It's the thing.
The thing itself. So you're going to look at your clock and you slow down, your brain slow down, the clock slows down. You don't know anything is slowing down.
You don't know anything that slows down.
The particle has no idea that it took a little longer for it to decay in its own reference frame. So in our reference frame, it takes longer. So if you want to relativistically affect particles that are decaying with half-life, you just simply accelerate them or put them in a very different gravity field. That'll slow them down too. Slow them down too.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Tucker, air quotes, Tucker, let me just say, buddy, you're an amazing kid, Tucker. Let me just say, you keep at this, Tucker, and whatever you're building in that basement, when you unleash it on the world, just remember, Chuck Nice is your friend.
Chuck's something nice to your husband.
Just remember the black man who told you you were special. When you're demanding your $1 million.
So Chuck, you're agreeing to be the sidekick.
Yeah, listen, without a doubt.
And Chuck, we just finished up that segment. When we come back, more cosmic awareness, cosmic collisions. When Star Talk returns. Chuck, we're back. Cosmic theories on cosmic collisions of all kinds. Small, large, medium, large, universe, everything. And you got the questions from our Patreon members, so keep them coming.
All right, let's do it. This is Don Lane. It sounds like a person from an old-time movie. Anyway,
no, Don Lane would be a teacher.
Oh, you're right. That's right. That's good.
I'm Don Lane. That's right. It's cosmic collisions.
A stranger's tone, alright. a bandit on the run. So cut me loose or let me in. Let me know where to begin. Cut me loose or let me in. Either way, I lose, you win. By some persuasion, you let go. Of the position you know that you should hold. But ain't it hard to be a stone? Yes, it is, babe. When it cracks right down to the place where you feel so alone. lleva al mar, sonando y bailando la vida del sonero, cruzando tierras y montes, a veces sin intentar, dispersando la alegría en su son madero. Semillas y semillas, las semillas del sol, vinieron del oriente al jardín del corazón. Semillas y semillas, las semillas del sol, difunden flor y canto para alegrar cada región. Cada semilla es un pueblo y en cada pueblo da un sol. Las semillas brotan flores del jardinero. Unas se van con el viento, a otras se las lleva el mar, sonando y bailando la vida del sonero, cruzando tierras y montes, a veces sin intentar, dispersando la alegría en su son madero. Semillas y semillas, las semillas del sol, vinieron del oriente al jardín del corazón. Semillas y semillas, las semillas del sol, difunden flor y canto para alegrar cada región. Cada semilla es un pueblo y cada pueblo da un son. Las semillas brotan flores del jardinero. Wish that I could stay. 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 Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. Wish that I could stay. Wish for this moment to never go away. But it's all in my mind. And though I know that there is nothing to find, you're a beautiful sight in the summer night. And you can't put up a fight in the misty light. Streets all alone, and all you can see, thinking about what your life came to be. You're a beautiful sight in the summer night, and you can't put up a fight in the misty light. 두 눈을 가만히 더 느껴봐 기분 좋은 긴장감 내게 말해줘 tonight 널 알고 싶어 따분할 만큼 이성적이었던 나 무너지고 있잖아 내 앞에 서면 생각도 멈춰 사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해 You're all I need 너도 같다면 의심의 여지가 없는 거잖아 You're all I need 너의 눈빛과 작은 향기까지 다 나를 간지럽히네 모든 신경이 널 향해 있어 사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해 You're all I need 너도 같다면 의심의 여지가 없는 거잖아 You're all I need 사랑은 절대적일 수가 없다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해 You're all I need 너도 같다면 의심의 여지가 없는 거잖아
You're all I need.
자꾸 들었다 놨다 해. 헷갈리게 친절은 사양할게. 오해하게 하지 말아요 날. Yeah. 들어봐. 가뭄 같은 마음엔 뭐라도 단비가 돼요. 돼요. 무의미한 말에 자꾸 내 맘이 설레요. 그래요. 아름다운 그대와 단둘이서 걷고 싶은데 많은 사람들 속에 난 그대만 보이네요. 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요. 감당할 수 없는 마음들이 날 힘들게 해요. 잘못한 게 없이도 그대는 죄인이 돼요. 날 서운하게 해요. 당연한 거 아는데 욕심이 나서 그래요. 나도 모르게 그대 앞에 서면 달라지던 어제의 다짐들 내겐 관심이 없죠. 난 그래도 그대네요. 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요. 감당할 수 없는 마음들이 날 힘들게 해요. 내게 다가와줘. 날 바라봐줘. 날 사랑해줘. 너 하나뿐이야. 다가와줘. 날 바라봐줘. 날 사랑한다고 말해줘. 밤하늘의 별도 밝게 비춘 달도 그대 앞에 빛을 잃어요. 감당할 수 없는 마음들이 날 힘들게 하지만 차오르는 마음을 거부할 순 없죠. 감정이란 그런 거예요. 기적 같은 일이 생길까요. 나 간절히 기도해요.
Estar despierto contigo, vida, al amanecer es lo mejor para mí. El despertar junto a ti, penas y horas completas las haces desvanecer. Como la lluvia de ayer, regresa el sol cada vez. Siento mi amor, tendré un dolor vayas a estar, que sea pueblo o ciudad, si en el bosque o en el mar, quiero estar junto a ti. A donde vayas a estar, sea París o Milán, Chihuahua o Culiacán. Estar despierto contigo, vida, al amanecer, es lo mejor para mí. El despertar junto a ti, penas y horas completas las haces desvanecer. Como la lluvia de ayer, regresa el sol cada vez. Siento mi amor, vayas a estar, que sea pueblo o ciudad, si en el bosque o en el mar, quiero estar junto a ti. A donde vayas a estar, sea París o Milán, Chihuahua o Culiacán. Estar junto a ti, a donde vayas a estar, que sea pueblo o ciudad, si en el bosque o en el mar, quiero estar junto a ti. A donde vayas a estar, sea París o Milán, Chihuahua o Culiacán.
starlit sky, our love's secret line. Like leaves we soar so high. Beneath the moonlight, soft touch your hand in mine. It gets me every time. Lost in the city lights, our love's electric ride. You make me feel alive. I know July is gone. You make me feel at home in the neon glow. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing to do but bask in the glory of the winter sun. Maybe this is the season of love. Beneath an endless night, the world spins around. You're there, ease my mind. Like stars that never die, you and I will shine during the darkest times. As the leaves change color, I dive into you. When summer's fading, there's nothing
Hi. I think Sunday night. Why? You on the train? You on the train? Okay, you want to collect them? Collect them now and they can come for the weekend.
To enjoy some of it, but now to have them is another story. Yes, remember this guy have allergy and all that, so I put separate pots, see that they eat, see that they bath. This churn is a work in progress, these two. They don't listen. You have to keep chasing behind them and all this thing. That's why the woman is so fed up of them.
It's okay, I'll take them out. I'll just take them out somewhere tomorrow and Sunday and let it burn off some of the energy.
But we were going to church. Maybe pick them up to church, let her meet us at a point or something.
Yeah, that's okay then, yeah. Just think then Sunday before I go to work we can drop them off. Take them somewhere Sunday and then we drop them off late.
Right, Sean, you will take them off or you will take them somewhere on Sunday? Okay. Alright.
Alright, boss me when you're nearby.
Because I don't mind I don't mind sometimes to have to, prepare their meals and so on.
Yeah, she's probably at her wit's end though, so
guys be switching up things and picking up cupboards and walls and all kind of stupidity. So I just thought keep eyes on him so it's really drain you when he's around. If it was Nyla, she wouldn't be doing those things, no? I sort of keep an eye on this one. But they mix that up. In fact, I would prefer this sofa bed pull up and put them there. I don't want to give up my room for them. This guy's been doing all kind of things, cutting up the plants and everything.
that's all to keep an eye on him.
When he gone, you've seen all the chips, the plant, all kinds of things. You know the plant and the window. So, I don't know how he's got his scissor, because I hide my scissor in the drawer. I don't know how he's got to do these things. Same thing, Mommy couldn't understand how he gets to pick up all her furnishing and these things. Like a mad person. So, I would like to really put him in the lunch and have Nyla sleep with me in the bed, but I'd like to sleep with both of them in the room because I need to keep eyes on him.
Yeah.
Alright, Sean, thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, buzz me.
Bye-bye.
Later, good.
Alright, bye-bye.
were the type that eclipsed the room. I was the one who arrived too soon. But no one would ever bet against us if they saw us exchanging glances. I was too busy to fall in love. You were too busy to break my heart. Nobody else was there to stop us. Nobody else was there to warn us. Now we go on and on with this poor love song we've been working on far too long, baby. Do you still remember when our hearts tuned up spontaneously? On and on like a marathon, we keep running from fighting for something. Something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song. Too busy watching the TV screen. Now we're just betting on broken dreams. Nobody's gonna come and save us. We cashed in too many empty favors, yeah. Now we go on and on with this poor love song we've been working on far too long, baby. Do you still remember when our hearts tuned up spontaneously? On and on like a marathon, we keep running from fighting for something. Something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song. Too long, baby. Do you still remember when our hearts tuned up spontaneously? On and on like a marathon, we keep running from fighting for something. Something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song. Something to remind us that we're better than this poor love song. a stranger's tone, alright. She says, I know what I have done, but I can't live my life like a bandit on the run. So cut me loose or let me in. Let me know where to begin. Cut me loose or let me in. Either way, I lose, you win. By some persuasion, you let go
had COVID today.
Oh, sure.
AB. We had to move the patient out.
Oh my God.
We only find out after interacting so close to the patient.
You
know,
tell us into that?
I will have to tell her. It's to her own risk. And Adam is not a well child. He's asthmatic. He's you don't want the baby exposed to nothing.
That's a risk. Tell her. Then if she say yeah, but then she I hear somebody say COVID numbers going up indeed.
So we only get to know patient COVID positive since yesterday. From the lab, patient come in overnight as an admission. Right?
Yeah.
And 2 of them positive in the bed, 2.
Oh wow.
You understand? If you get close contact with him, they're only whispering in the papa ears, hold on. And he's positive.
Something that we all are very much familiar with.
And I talking with Chico. He ain't got no symptoms. The old man. The other youngster. He's showing no symptoms really too.
Asymptomatic.
Yeah. Come from you. Yeah.
Potentially probably.
Now with you and this sugar thing.
I don't know what you think we've done. The problem gone. I've managed it.
Shani, the problem is not gone. Why you behave so? Why you like to yourself?
Oh my God. Shani, diet and lifestyle. Everybody's amazed how I knocked it out.
How you knock it out?
reversible. A lot of people know that.
It's not reversible.
It's reversible.
It's not reversible.
You reading
Can the pancreas repair itself?
No.
So if the pancreas does not produce insulin, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, but I'm not at the stage of the pancreas.
You were, because they said that your thing was just running high. It means that you didn't have enough insulin to regulate that, Sean. What is diabetes? Give me the definition of diabetes. Tell me now.
Uncontrolled sugar.
Oh no, that's a false definition of diabetes. You see, you don't know.
There are several causes of diarrhea or diabetes.
Yeah?
There are several causes to diabetes.
I didn't ask causes. What is diabetes? I didn't ask causes. What is diabetes? Sean, what is diabetes?
Diabetes is a metabolic.
You knock it out. What is diabetes?
Diabetes is a metabolic disease.
It is a metabolic disease.
Okay?
Yeah. But what else? Whereby, yeah.
We're looking at both type 1 and type 2.
What is the key here? What's the key to this diabetes thing? What's the key statement you need to tell me?
Like really,
You playing me cool. You only playing
it's
me.
either you become insulin resistant or no insulin. Alright? The cells are no longer to efficiently manage sugar.
What is the key?
Yeah, the key is insulin.
The key is insulin.
Yeah.
Opens the cell.
Insulin is key.
Good.
That opens the cell.
So how you could say you knock out this? You knock this out. How you could say you knock this out?
Yeah, because
If it's a metabolic disorder, and if it's insulin, where insulin is produced, little or no insulin, that's the thing. Okay, little or no insulin, that's the definition.
yeah, that's
Okay,
one
Sean?
definition, but another definition that there's lots of insulin and your body can't use it.
Lots of insulin and the body can't use.
Yeah, that's insulin resistance. That's against absence of insulin.
Yes, but how you could knock it out? You made a broad statement just now. I knock it out.
Yeah, because the factors that I had are factors that I could have brought under control. Yeah, the low insulin is one, but there were other mitigating factors.
Like?
Diet and exercise. And some foods actually stimulate back the production of insulin if insulin.
Fatty waste, light waste.
Yeah, weight is sometimes a precursor to that. So, but if you burn it now, remember we said metabolic. So you start burning
The
now.
way you say you knock it out, it's not like that, Sean.
No, maybe my expression
Remember,
was
when the
right.
pancreas is damaged, what do you say about you and insulin? How much insulin endocrinology saw you and all these things? What is it?
They're going to do a retest. God is awesome. Just 2 months ago.
But
And then
first,
they send it to
it don't just knock out like that as you claiming. So don't behave, oh, I knocked that out. No. And like you could just spread your wings up high. You could eat the things that will spike your
No. I've got to forever be cognizant of this.
get down and you ate 4 slices of bread.
Now that's good. In the morning it's good. If it was night time.
But you're checking your sugar after that to see if it's spiked.
Yeah, because I'm not single figures at the moment.
Sean,
So I gotta keep boring myself.
after 4 slices of bread, you're supposed to be eating no 4 slices of bread and hauling in your belly. Look how we there hauling in your belly. You could give him 1 lash on top of your belly and like pouch out back. And that's exactly what we do.
No, you forget I was doing
And
hiking and all that.
then by the time I lash your belly, you don't just go back. Yeah, that's exactly why we do. You don't have no low tummy. Your tummy was wrong like a ball just 2 days ago. Suddenly it turned flat.
cutting off its oxygen supply. But do not worry, this is not a video about firefighting. I just wanted to set the stage. Now, let us take a closer look at the fuel part of the fire. Most of the fires throughout this process, oxygen is also continuously produced. In short, fire exists on Earth because the sun's energy is constantly being absorbed by light. What allows fire? they start to glow. This is the yellow light you see in the flame. So when we see a typical flame with a yellow color, what we are really seeing is light from the hot, glowing carbon particles inside it. If you hold a spoon over a candle flame for a few seconds, you will notice that black soot deposits on the spoon. These are the carbon particles from the flame that have not quite combusted. On the other hand, when fuel burns completely or when complete combustion happens, no carbon particles are left behind. spectra are going to be individual. They can also come from molecules and compounds. When a pure molecule undergoes combustion initially, it breaks down into smaller components called radicals. These radicals also have their own emission spectra. For some radicals in a burning fuel, how fast are you right now? You'll be sitting in a chair on the sofa watching this video then. It must be busy on speed, right? Well, not quite. If you were somewhere on the equator, you're actually moving at say 1,674 kilometers an hour, which is twice the light speed of a passenger traveling. This is the approximate speed which the Earth rotates on its axis. But there's more to it than that. At the same time, you're also rushing through outer space at a speed of 1,000 kilometers a second. It's the average speed at which the Earth orbits the Sun. That is not 230 kilometers a second at such tremendous speed. Right now, racing in streets at a second of that speed. The solar system, the way of it is still 500 kilometers a second. That's how almost our galaxy, our stars, is moving towards the great traitor, the mysterious region. person walks, they push off the ground with their feet. And this is precisely how the movement happens. With light, however, things aren't as simple as this. Perhaps the answers in the question itself. other and the movements that they do. You can consider looking within yourself. And this is the first quality that suggests that something is wrong with your mind. Everywhere counts. Because most people can't wrap their heads around it. Let's keep this approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. 126,000 miles per second. No more, no less. Always, everywhere. Let's say I'm flying on a starship at almost this huge speed, standing on the Captain's bridge. You turn on the flashlight and direct the beam forward along the course. The one speed will the beam ultimately travel. Logic suggests
Chichi told
Be his nurse.
They don't ask Chichi nothing. They take up the patient say, I want more Chichi from the bed. And Jessica now, the nurse in charge, goes to Chichi Bay, speak in front of Chichi's student, telling her that she has to change her from the bay because the patient is not happy for her to care for him. So Chichi said, no, you can move the patient to another bay, but don't move me from this bay because I'm not going. I'm going to stay and care for my patients. You never asked me what happened, what occurred. So if you believe what the patient has said, you move the patient to where he's comfortable. I'm not moving. I'm comfortable here. You know, Chichi, how she is crazy.
She applying a logic, normal logic, but the NHS don't always work.
In a way, she's right, but they don't always work.
Yeah, they don't ask you anything, they just make up the
right. They make their
very true what she said.
Right. She said, nobody asked me nothing.
Yeah, to me it's prejudicial, you know. You're already assuming, yeah, something wrong, so yeah.
사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 나는 확신해 너도 같다면 회심의 여지가 없는 거잖아.
She went to her to sign this IP, and she refused to sign the IP and told her that the dosage, was inaccurate. She said, no, you go on Medusa, check the protocol of the thing on this particular IP, right? So she said, no, I would say that you do not know what you're saying. So Chichi went to another staff, and this decision already told all the other staff not to sign her IP. So Chichi walked everywhere to every day, and nobody wanted to sign her. Chichi said, according to the nursing charges, she's saying that Chichi put on the why is this IP because the nurse in charge she put exactly what happened, that her IP was not signed by anyone, you know, she had no one to sign the IP and therefore she could not administer the IP. So this went to the office, the nurse in charge of the company, they didn't know the same place.
사랑은 절대적일 수가 없다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데
Chichi also wrote the in charge nurse
유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해
make herself pay with the IP policy. Right? And she said, Chandel, I'm telling you, it was accurate. And she said, I do not know where she got that from. So Chichi told her in an email separately that you need to go back. And she said, if this was me, I would have been doing my drug proficiency again. They would have made me do it again, seeing that I have encouraged the star on something that is not accurate, and I'm the in charge. That's what Chichi told her, and Chichi said, you need to go and make yourself fail with the policy. So all of this started to blow up on Chichi because Cincy, as usual, takes sides. She don't listen to if you were to be in a trouble with one of these Indian people, she will take the side of them. She will not listen to what you have to say. You understand? And she will start making decisions on you instead of that person, the offender. That's what she does. So what she did, she made decision on Chichi. Guess what she said? That she's booking a conflict resolution for Chichi to attend. So Chichi now said, you know, Chichi don't give up like that. Chichi emailed her and Sissy Dorsey again and said that you will need to let me know why am I going to conflict resolution, because you have not yet addressed the matter that I have made a complaint about. You have not addressed what I have complained about, so I'm asking you, you will need to answer why I need to go to conflict resolution. Why I need to attend that? Because I'm not going to attend it. Because I don't see any reason for me to attend conflict resolution. So that'll be another blow up. So then today, the patient now, Jessica the lead on it, Roxana, all a vicious circle, Sean. It's called bullying. Roxana worked in the day. Roxana worked in the day. She took handover from Chichi, and then she handed over to Jessica, right? About this patient who don't like Chichi. Do you see where I'm coming from? And then Jessica now comes back today to Tinsy. Go straight to Tinsy. Roxana never discussed the matter with Chichi. Jessica goes straight to Tinsy, complain to Tinsy, and then Jessica comes to the bay also to recommend Chichi that she's moving her from the day, out of the day. And Chichi got crazy. And she said, you cannot move me from here because I'm not moving. You need to move the patient who's uncomfortable with working with you. Because Chichi said, you never, Chichi said, I've documented about this patient because it's actually about the cannula. You never asked me what was the patient. You just came to move me from this place. So therefore I'm not moving. You will need to move the patient. Because I have no problem with the patient. The patient has problem with me. So you will need to move the patient. Chichi, no. And you see when she writing, John, all of these statements, I need to see two of them. She writes so long. Nigeria, you know, she writes so long. She said her dad taught her in a case that into their heads when they were young. What you need to say and what you don't say. That's what she told me, you know. This girl is quite chicken case, even if it's the head of nursing shop. This girl, she don't give up on it. She said, so now I'm waiting to see what Tipsy will do with this shop. Let her answer my email. I said, I just want to before I leave, I'm going to give them a good run. I'm going to give them a good run. I said, just care for them. I said, please find out, please stand against you. She said, stand against what? She said, I'm going to see her.
회심의 여제가
to ask you the question, and they could just jump to say the movie you out of bed and all these kind of things. You know, Sean? It's so disgusting. But I'm sure Dorsey didn't tell them to do that. I'm sure Dorsey didn't tell Tipsy to do that today. I saw Chichi's, I was on the duties all the way in A, babe. Chichi's in B, babe. It's a good walk through the ward to get to me.
절대적일 수가 없다고 그렇게 믿었었는데
Does the patient decide where I go on my shift? Does the patient decide that? I told them and I said, Chichi, like Miss Lushan, relax yourself. Don't overwork yourself in front of people. So why you stress yourself so here? Why is it too short? And I walk on and put me head high.
회심의 여지가 없는 거잖아.
Whole self, you know what? You know what? And I just look at both of them and I say, yeah, you know what? You're a bloody devil yourself, so don't even say you know what. Because you can go and tell Timsy everything she's saying. So don't start with you know what. Y'all are all a vicious circle. And I just asked with me face like, I looked at both of them and I said, Richie, why are you stressing yourself? And I walk on. Anyways, she complaining to Ivan, if I can go right back to Tipsy and telling Tipsy everything. Everything he is going to tell. They are all a vicious circle. Tipsy was so fed up of Eva and wanted Eva to be done with. Why Eva, on the other hand, will rap for Tipsy to do things. Do you see what I mean? At the end of the game, Dorsey was both offering Tipsy and myself both to a what do you call it? Wellness meeting. She said, yes, guys. You want Chanel to go? Sat your head come for Eva and Dorsey in the room. Where Eva was blaming everything on Tipsy. You understand?
나는 확신해
she was going through all the trauma in this room with Eva. She said to herself, you are the one. You set it all up. You want to call for this? You are the one. So he said, he asked her, all the patients that complain about you, where's the record about you? Because this has been going on for a long time. Even still would want to be Tipsy would stop. They would all be one happy class. You think I'm joking? You think I'm making jokes?
사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데
Student and observe the student. The student worked yesterday and she was very, very good. Today the student felt rushed. Right? She was working in AB yesterday and she worked in AB. The student, like apparently, Eva is going to sign her off in our ward.
Okay.
So she wants specific things. She wants to see whether she's able to manage her end up, you know?
Yeah.
So she put Lurlin to observe. You know, I got there late this morning. Sean.
Oh, why?
Go to the train station on time. Waiting for a 20 past. Yeah. Waiting for a 20 past. Stand up there. The platforms were full. There was disruptions on the line. And congestion on the line. So because of the disruption and some closures on the Metropolitan line. There were lots of congestion because of the closure. So it was congestion at Harley Hills, congestion at East Coast, congestion all around the line. So
they call them
I called them and told them that same thing like the previous day. This line is not working well. There's a lot of congestion and closure on the line. So there was closure from Algate to I think Wembley to Algate or something like that. And the lines were just congested terribly. Anyways, you know what time I got in there? Because of long sitting on trains? 20 past. Yeah, 20 past. Tintin tell me nothing. Tintin don't tell me nothing. You know. Tintin tell me a word. But I said, shit, this cannot happen again. Not for the whole month or anything. But they can say no.
So what is the next country we should expect to train you?
When I arrived, I said, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. But I was going back to the same AA. So I said I wasn't bothered about them giving me handover because I knew the patients, but some of them went home and they overnight they had new patients. So I wasn't worried about handover because I worked there the night. Got there late, but the student felt today that Lurleen was rushing her too much, telling her do this. When she tell her take a specimen of urine, she also telling her do the ups now, and it's like she felt like she didn't know where to turn because how many things she had to do, and everything was like do this now, do that now, do this now, do that now. She said, but I worked the previous day and I was so relaxed. I said, you were so willing you were offering your help to do everything. You worked well among the team, I would say. So I said, this thing of students, in my head, I'm thinking this thing of students being observed by certain characters, this is not objective. This is very, Sean, subjective, isn't it? It's what people would perceive you as and think about you because the student worked really well the day before. And today, Lurleen is working. These Jamaicanites say they're very disgusting people. She's telling the girl, the girl working is half and half of the day. The girl doing all of the tick boxes, all of the notes, the drug run, everything for her, the observations, everything, right? And still Lurleen behaving like a headless chicken, like she's so busy. And she's so, still Lurleen, go for a break. I said, I can manage this whole day. The other day I had 7 angiograms, 4 discharges. I said, and nobody died. Everybody tear bands were removed from their upside. And everything was dressed on their forearm. I said, everybody was good. Go for your break. I said, Lurleen, go for break. Lurleen behaving like him. She's a headless chicken all around the place, rushing student all the time, telling her this, telling her that. Student, this day before I asked the student, what would you like to do? How many patients would you like to take? 2, 4, whatever. These students are now paying for their studies. Why you want to behave like if you want to have them under pressure like this? They will not perform under pressure. You don't put people under pressure to perform well. If you put them under pressure, they will not perform well. You understand? Yeah. She's telling the girl, do this, do that. Management here, you don't tell her what to do. You wait and see what she does. I don't do that to final year students. I wait to see what they do, how they escalate, how they manage their things, how they're doing with time management, how they're prioritizing, how they're doing. Come on now. I'm not asking them questions about what injection is this, was that. With time, they will get to know everything. You don't have to pressure them like that, and they're paying for their course. It's additional pressure. That's why, offering her help and all these kind of things. Any student that is willing and offers their help to me, right there you have really signed yourself off. Because for me, you are willing, it's a good positive note. You understand, Sean? And you're not afraid of patient care. You want to care for everyone. What more does it need? A nurse is supposed to be caring it. It doesn't need all the textbook. This learning and this Eva, there's something else. Because I didn't land on the ward yet, so Eva assigned her because I wasn't around as yet. So she told Sterling. Sterling was leaving. She's on FaceTime. Not FaceTime. She's on phase out, you know? You know, where they return back to practice. And So she leaves early. So I'm left to man the whole day. She leaves like around 5 something, you know? Before she used to leave half day, now they have her until 5 something. Yeah, because she was off of work for a while. She was 6. She needs and something. These Jamaicans, they got their own stories. And now that Dorsey is matron, who's Jamaican like her, I think, yes, she gonna come up with all kind of things. And she was off for extended period. And I was wondering for months, where's Lurleen? I wasn't calling her. I have her number, but I wasn't calling her because I said that's her private time and I'm not calling her. So I left her there, and when she returned to work, I said, girl. She said, you know, now, girl, I was my knees, everything. You know, I was off sick and this and that.
내게 말해줘 tonight 널 알고 싶어 따분할 만큼 이성적이었던 나 무너지고 있잖아 내 앞에 서면 생각도 멈춰 사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해 You're all I need 너도 같다면 의심의 여지가 없는 거잖아 You're all I need 너의 눈빛과 작은 향기까지 다 나를 간지럽히네 모든 신경이 널 향해
enjoy it. You know? She said she cannot work like that under pressure, like rush one part another and also leave that to manage, you give them the patience.
의심의 여지가 없는 거잖아.
You're all I need.
Public enemy number one for the White House. In a confusing initial
두 눈을 감아 가만히 더 느껴봐 기분 좋은 긴장감 내게 말해줘 tonight 널 알고 싶어 따분할
You got to listen to this.
Cross up and things like
이성적인
What's going on with Israel and Iran?
It's not fight for now.
무너지고 있잖아 내 앞에
You
서면
just like a damn fool.
생각도 멈춰 사랑에 빠지는 건 바보 같다고 그렇게 난 믿었었는데 유일한 사랑은 너 하나란 걸 나는 확신해
trying to leap and spin. every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have such power over him. And rather than taking something with tech companies, they're trying to copy Europe. They copy Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either. And it's not going to work out well for Canada. Before we do it, so I said, it's not a negotiation. We got to go down straight down the right. Put a tax
My left hand is the left hand of my reflection, and right instant is right. Mirrors are here, and it's about time we learn how they look.
두 눈을 가만히 더 느껴봐 기분 좋은 긴장감 내게 말해줘 tonight 널 알고 싶어 따분할 만큼 이성적
sometimes some days. Give it a rest sometimes, I guess.
You're all I need.
Viewers and subscribers, welcome to Guyanese News, your favorite YouTube channel. Please press the subscribe button. Give this video.
People who supported the government would not have been allowed to do a lot of things that have come down. If you take money, don't supply, don't do a contract, substandard work, you name it. And so it really, really, really every time it come around to this period, I ask myself, why does the people allow leaders and people to treat us like that? To trick us into the moment in a lot of cases for people's self and self-interest. You know? It's very, very unfortunate. Every man Jack got a voice. Nobody frightened him. The amount of, the leaders, everybody out there, you know, confronting situations. And in some cases, before you go on the ground and sell this
She
nice
follow up them everything they say and do every single thing. She's singing them every single thing. I see them doing certain things and don't even bother, you know.
Yeah, so I think I need to relax a bit.
And my mother don't handle children like that. My mother just observe you and don't say a word. When we were young, she don't follow you up at everything.
Okay.
Like that, I don't know where she to get up from. As it and Dunstan. Because if you see how mommy does deal with Adam and Nyla, you'll be shocked. She would just observe. She just watch on. Roll she eye and watch on, okay? And she speak to them once, and if they don't listen, when they come for something, she said, no, you go back and sit down. You will not have it.
Yeah.
Because I spoke to you regarding so and so, you did not you go back and sit down until I am ready to give you.
Yeah.
That's how she deals with them. She don't got no noise and talking like Esmita. Every second when I on the phone is every second she talk. Every little thing they do. Oh, God. I said, Lord. No wonder she's retired. And the children are out to order themselves.
Forcing on information, they can't tell me nothing. And on top of that, people putting out kind of few pages and say the daughter's been found. And person's calling her phone and say, well, we got your daughter and cropping pictures and all of that and sending to her. In one case, she told me that the police, because I asked her why the police are tracking these numbers, she said, I think one of the numbers was a foreign number, but there's a number from here. And they went to some home in some fire. But I want to make a point here. Look, listen, so long I'm out here talking about these children and the system and missing children, and when they come back, you don't even know what happened. And the system is not taking any measure as it relates to that. And they're going to tell you about policies, and everybody going to come to you with a manifesto at this time. You have a certain good. You want to keep putting these things out there because this is.
The coalition. Check out the rest of the video. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share.
Is everybody getting a promise with something? But what I love with the members of the ELP, oh my gosh, we work from gang to gang because we will contribute. We want to see that good change. Yeah, I'll be working. So it's not about the money. You know, but can't pay me to do what I do. I can't pay these members to do it. And when you do it from the heart, you get them better. And this way you get the results. When you pay to do it, the amount of deception that is out there right now, this whole election, it's set the deception,
Deception left, right, and center. Because like all Chinese people, you know what I said, just go there and sell dreams. One sell dreams. It's a tough time. It's a tough time, but